Hello everyone, and welcome back. How's it going? Started a bit earlier today. I realized it might be a little too early for many people in the Western Hemisphere. But let's see how long we'll stream today and how many can actually join in. I hope you can actually see and hear me all right this time around. Yesterday we had some OBS issues at the very beginning of the stream, until Matt helpfully notified me of them and we could get on with the show. But let's see what's happening today. Yesterday's stream was a little bit chaotic, maybe. I later realized that I had actually made some silly mistakes in my setting up of the physics stress test that we were playing around with yesterday. And I know at least some of the solutions to those problems today, so we're gonna give it another go. The good thing is that the crashes that I had previously, they seem to be pretty much gone with the new Physics 5 backend. So the test in itself seems to work actually, and prove that those have been fixed. But still, we could maybe clean up the actual stress test a little bit. So let's see about doing that today. Right. So we are basically where we left off yesterday. There was one major issue that I had yesterday with the AI, the driving AI of the mother vehicle, which I wrote in the Discord. If you happen to be joined there, the fact that I had the wrong navmesh ID set for this guy here. So we have a couple of nav meshes in this level. Here's the main one. The main one is mostly tuned for pretty small vehicles with a reasonably small radius. And by default, since this is the main nav mesh, by default vehicles will actually use this. And I'm sure you can see where I'm going with this. We had the mother vehicle actually using the nav mesh for the small vehicles. So you can see here that there's quite a big difference between the two. The mother vehicle needs to leave a lot more room here, close to things like cliffs and edges, right? While the Scout can come this close. And so basically what this means, when you have a nav mesh like that, it means that a Scout car can essentially be put on the edge of this nav mesh here, right? This is kind of as close as one of the AI agents want to go to this wall here. And the mother vehicle, on the other hand, should never try to drive that close. As you can see, you can't almost see what we're doing here because it's so large. But the idea here is that it should never try to go closer than this edge here to one of the cliffs. And so of course that was one of the issues. That was the issue that kind of made this guy here make some silly mistakes. So here we have actually the mother vehicle that's kind of part of the campaign if you're playing through the single player campaign. And we can see here we have an overridden navmesh ID auxiliary 1 rather than main. And you just need to tick that box there to actually have it actually select that. So you can have like essentially any number of nav meshes in the level, and you can bake them. And I have two here. One is called navmesh main, and the other is called navmesh mother. And the important thing here is that you have the builder, and in addition to the builder, you have the runtime and the registration ID here. This thing is set to be auxiliary 1, and the main one is just set to be main. So you have essentially like 5 slots in the runtime system. So that's how it's kind of like hooked up to, you know, the correct nav mesh then as runtime. Righty-o. But that should eliminate a bunch of the issues that we saw yesterday. We still have another bug that I want to try to figure out, and that was the bug where the mother vehicle started making a reverse turn, and then for some reason it seemed like it couldn't complete that reverse turn, right? You can see in the bod from yesterday that it was sort of, and we can probably actually reproduce it today. But let's take one thing at a time. I'm gonna go do like a very quick thing here. We're back in a second. Alrighty then. Okay, so I think we're gonna start by looking at that inability to actually reverse here, and let's see what we have. So that actually happened mostly in this corner here. I think we can probably reproduce that bug if we quite simply take this guy and move it over here. Right, and then we basically pose it like this. I don't know if this piece here actually makes any difference, but I'm gonna keep it there because it was sort of there yesterday, and you never know with these AI things, if it suddenly have like a raycast that hits something strange and then stuff kind of breaks. So let's take one thing at a time. But if we place this guy here, and then we tell it, hey, drive to the first waypoint, which, you know, is here, so it's kind of like on the opposite side of the level from where that guy currently is standing. But if we do that, then the logical thing for this agent here to do would be to make a reverse turn. You know, it would probably try to actually sort of turn to the right here, you know, go like this, and then drive this way. Burp. But since it won't have any space to do that, especially if we now actually let's make sure we actually set the correct navmesh ID here. But let's do these things in the correct order, right? So I'm gonna undo all of that. undo all of that and set the navmesh ID to auxiliary 1 and save the level, and now we can move it back. So then when I inevitably undo this thing, I still have the correct navmesh ID here for this guy. That's the important part. But yeah, like I was saying, if we place this guy here and order it to drive to the first waypoint, it should almost immediately trigger a reverse turn. So let's see if that actually happens. See if we can sort of reproduce the problem we had yesterday. So I'm just gonna fly over here. We don't have the vehicle here yet. We need to load the layer, and we made a handy script for it yesterday, so it loads it here. All right. So this guy, now, if we enable its AI brain, it has nothing on either the primary or the secondary layer. That's expected. And we can look at the nav mesh. So auxiliary 1 would be index 1. You can see that it kind of doesn't really have any space to do anything. It will probably still start by trying to just drive to the right here. So now if we tell it to go, you can see, oh, it has predicted a hazard. And yeah, okay, so this is the problem. Let's pause the game here now, so we can actually look at this before it does something else. So it's starting the movement. It's performing a reverse turn because it has predicted this cliff here. Prediction sounds a little stupid maybe because it didn't really have any time to move at all. But at least it's not trying to like drive up that cliff like it did yesterday. So that's one good thing. Now though, we can see that it is essentially like the AI is trying to reverse. The acceleration is 0, the brake is 1, so it's essentially like, you know, holding the back button or the reverse button. Steering in 0.75, that's probably fine. But for some reason it is not actually reversing, and at some point it will fail. I'm gonna pause it again when it happens. Let's see. We will probably, yeah, okay, so it failed, and it will try to drive forward again, or it will actually drive forward, as you can see. So reverse turn failed. Now we have acceleration 1 and brake -0, so basically 0, and then it will go like, oh, okay, I'm actually, this is a problem. I can't drive here. So again, it will basically do a reverse turn. The problem is that it's not actually, you know, reversing. That's not good. So we're gonna have to probably debug this. So let's export this so that I can actually just run it from just VS Code, and we can debug some of this stuff. Right, let's just, actually I can probably just do that. Just unload the actual game part of that editor there. Okay, cool. So AI brain component. This guy is kind of like the entry point to the whole AI system. This should have something called an AI driving component, but it's actually probably part of the actor context. Yeah. So the actor here is like the, Should probably actually be called agent, I think, not actor. But it's called actor currently. So the actor context is kind of like, it's something that every AI agent in the game has. It's a small struct, as you can see. Has some components to various things that the actor may have, you know. So it may have a brain, may have a driving component, may have a means vehicle component. Currently the AI agents actually have all of these, but they're optional pointers, so the actor can sort of survive without it. The AI driving component is probably the thing that we are looking at here. Except, if we're being completely honest, it kind of looks like the gearbox is not switching to reverse, right? So we have a gearbox, auto gearbox component, automatic gearbox for the vehicles, and the component has an actual auto gearbox. And this auto gearbox here is the thing that determines which gear to actually set, and it is probably somewhere here, or some input given to this guy, which actually fails, right? So let's see, update with state info. Yeah, okay, so here we have actually the very first thing it does basically is switching the gears. If we are in forward gear, but we should switch to reverse, then, you know, switch to reverse. So what does the should switch to reverse mean? It means that we have brake into reverse enabled, right? So that might be one thing that could fail. And time spent braking is more than, you know, some constant currently, 0.2. And time spent stationary is some other constant. So basically, like, if we are reversing, you know, because if you keep the back button or the brake button or whatever pressed, you might want to have the game be in a state where it actually doesn't switch to reverse. You might want to have it so that it just brakes. That's actually what the AI normally does. When it brakes, it wants to, you know, be stationary. So we can set this to false. Yeah, when this is enabled, pressing long enough on the brake will eventually shift into reverse gear. So that might be one thing that's actually not set correctly here. And then we need to be actually, you know, braking and more or less stationary. So we could try that actually and put a breakpoint there and see what's going on. So let's do that. See what's happening. Load, set avatar. All right. So we are. I'm just making sure that we're not like sliding down that slope there. And open the debugger of the brain. Nothing going on. We have brake mode enabled false. Oh, sorry, reverse mode enabled false. So reverse mode here actually means that the vehicle, if it is, you know, driving somewhere, it can be in a mode where it is actually reversing, you know, basically all the way there, or some part of the way there. Hey, Lucky Hits, what's going on? Welcome back. Can you actually hear and see me all okay this time around? Just making sure we don't have the same fiasco we had yesterday. Let me know in the chat if you can actually see and hear me. Anyway, reverse mode is not enabled. So basically, currently, if the if the AI agent was to press the brake, the vehicle would not go into reverse. It would just brake. It would just try to come to a halt, right? That's kind of like the standard mode of this AI. It explicitly enables reversing in certain modes, and I'm kind of thinking that's something like that's happening. But yeah, reverse mode is actually if you just want like the vehicle to like reverse out of a tight spot. So that's like a separate thing. But then we have brake into reverse enabled, and this is the important piece here. Brake into reverse is what we want to actually have enabled. All right. Cool. So let's press go, and it should. Yes. Now it realizes that I can't actually do this, and let's quite simply put a breakpoint here. Can I not put a breakpoint? Oh, I might actually be. You know what? You know what I might be doing? Let's make a small tweakeroo here. I probably am not running this as a debug build. So I have this. I actually have had a debug build used with this, but I think I recompiled this as a release lately. So normally actually I run, release Zig code with a release engine, but Zig compiles significantly faster in debug mode. So quite a lot I actually run a debug Zig binary with a release engine. It runs basically just as fast as a release binary, because the Zig code is just gameplay stuff really. So use debug with release game, just puts it in the release folder there. So I can run the release game with a debug Zig binary, which also makes it much easier to debug it, unsurprisingly. Alright, I don't need to place anything manually, I can just load the thing here. Alright, good. Enable debugger. And should we actually... Maybe we should get rid of this guy so that we don't have multiple of these vehicles making debugging confusing. Alright, so go. What's happening? Alright, it's not doing anything. Let's actually pause it here. About optimization, how much FPS would you get if no VSync? Let's see. I would get... What is that currently? It's about 150-ish. It's about 150-ish. But there are quite a few things that we are not, running for performance here. We're running. I have a configuration called final. I have debug, release, and final. Debug is like a debug build. It's super slow. Release is what we're currently running. It's called release just because Visual Studio calls it release when you create the project. It's not really meant for releasing, and it does a bunch of things to speed things up, but it still has a lot of the debug layers on. Then we have final, which strips almost all of that out. You can still do a few things debugging wise in final, but quite importantly, it uses like the fastest configuration of physics and things like that, so it has the potential to be quite a bit faster. So that should probably give us quite a bit more speed. But yeah, around 150 with this currently. Another thing that we're doing currently is that we're running both the client and the server on the same thread, and I do that so that I can you know, inspect this brain here, for example, because the brain is running on the server normally, because Basis is a client-server system. And you can't really inspect this on the main thread unless you're running the server on the main thread. So normally the server would be running on a background thread, and that gives us a little bit more speed. Not like a whole lot though, because almost all the time goes into rendering anyway. So 120 FPS is more than enough. Yeah, depends on who you're asking, I guess. But yeah, I can reach some pretty high frame rates. I still think I should probably do a little bit of work on my frame pacing, but the frame rate itself is typically not a problem. Let's put the VSync back on for now. Right. Oh, and a lot of the stuff is actually running at a fixed 60. Like the actual sort of game tick is locked to 60. But then we're interpolating from that. Okay, so auto gearbox. Update auto gearbox. We should be able to get a breakpoint there, but for some reason we can't seem to do that. Why is that? That's annoying. See if we can get one in the actual gearbox. That seems to be the case. All right, so here we can go. So the first thing that we want to check here, and debugging Zig is a little tricky, even with a debug build, because this is not really a Zig debugger. As far as I know, there isn't really any such thing as a Zig debugger. We're debugging with C++ debugger currently, which is kind of nice that it actually works, right? And it shows us things, but sometimes it's a little flaky. And I think actually I've already seen what's happening here. We don't have any acceleration, that's correct, but input brake should actually be 1, right? Input brake is like pressing the brake, which would eventually make the auto gearbox switch into reverse. Let's step forward and see. I bet this time spent braking is probably not high enough. It's actually not 0 according to this. It's kind of interesting because I don't necessarily remember exactly how this works, but if input brake is 0, then that would explain why the auto gearbox doesn't switch into reverse gear. Right, so we can switch from reverse to from forward to reverse, from reverse to forward, in which case it goes to the first gear. Or if we are in forward and we you know can switch to another gear, then we get the target gear, and that switches. So we can see here the target gear is gear 1, and we are currently in target gear, right? Yeah, current gear CG is 1, so we don't switch at all. Okay, that explains it. Well, how do we get here, and why is brake set to 0 then? Ah. Is that actually what is happening? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I see what's going on here. The problem is that we are actually the avatar. Well, this is our avatar. And what that basically means is that I can just probably continue running the game now. You know, this is yeah, the connection to asset server went down because we just spent so much time blocking the thread. Okay, that means that this vehicle here which is being controlled by AI, is also currently our vehicle, right? I can like mess around here with the crane and do things here. This is now me doing things, which actually kind of breaks the AI a little bit. I mean, you should never do this, right? Let's make that perfectly clear. This should never really be a thing. There's not really something that the player can do. You can't really like control the crane and drive at the same time. So if we set a scout, create a scout here and set this as the avatar. Now let's see what happens. Yeah, look at that. Now it knows how to reverse off that cliff. And it decides that, oh, there's still stuff there. I'm gonna do a, yeah, that works beautifully. Okay, so this is actually like a, this is a pretty stupid thing. I don't think I necessarily want to, oh, that thing flew off. I don't think I necessarily want to limit, you know, being a, being the or having a vehicle be your avatar, but also being controlled by the AI. But I think I probably want to somehow like at least put a text here that says, do note, dear user, that you are controlling this vehicle at the same time as the brain is. So strange things can happen. Let's run this again just to make sure this is actually the case. I think we found the bug already. Just put the volume down. So if I don't make that my avatar, because it probably actually doesn't need that at all. It kind of stays here. I just made it my avatar so that I could make sure that it doesn't roll down the hill. Now if I just tell it to go, look at that, it just works. It just works. And yeah, the door falls off. And it has like wheels in the air and everything, yeah, it's kind of... It's so giant that it has a wider turning radius than F450. I don't know what an F450 is, but it has a pretty wide turning radius, yeah. Yeah, and now it beautifully knows how to drive. Yeah, okay, so the bug is really that we were kind of messing with the system. And that's why yesterday when I was testing this out in the campaign, I wasn't able to reproduce this bug actually. It just worked. And it knew how to make reverse turns just fine. Okay, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. So we're gonna wanna add a warning text there to the debugger that hey, look at this. You're controlling this vehicle at the same time as the AI is. So how do we want to do that then? Oh, what is happening? Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. So what happened here is that the AI is showing off its best side again. It actually got like it got a command there through the script to actually drive to the next waypoint, which is like behind it, right? And then it decided, oh, I can probably just make a U-turn, but actually it kind of shouldn't have done that. It should have just stopped and made a reverse turn actually. Okay. Yeah, so this seems like it's working now. Let's just follow it around and like maybe one lap of the circuit and make sure that it knows how to drive. and then we can add that warning text there. And then after that, I have some other assorted things that I thought we would take a look at here together on the stream. Things I want to get fixed. Some of them we actually kind of encountered yesterday, and some of them are just like new things. Hey, Sibior 2023, welcome to the stream. Like, for example, I would like to be able to tell this vehicle, hey, like, reset your crane to basically the position. I don't know if this is exactly the rest position that we will be going with, but maybe. Like, you should be able to tell it, like, over radio, basically. Hey, reset your crane, because I'm gonna want to, you know, order you around or something. And if the player has, you know, like, driven this thing somewhere and then left it there, it's possible that the crane is just sort of spooled out and in some super awkward position. So you should be able to tell it, hey, just like reset it and then come here, right? You should be able to do it. And this looks crazy when it's kind of falling down that that pit there. So the differential used by this guy now is slightly different than it was with PhysX 4. Oh, we're inside the cliff here. In PhysX 4 I had like a custom torque vectoring differential, because I actually had my own fork of PhysX 4, which handles some things like, you know, wheels being in the air a little better perhaps than the stock one does. I would sort of really like not to have my own fork of PhysX 5 if I can help it. So at least I don't have that yet, but maybe I can sort of inject it without having to have a fork of PhysX itself. Yeah, one flag that we could maybe expose and apply here is, you can see that like when it is approaching one of these waypoints that we added yesterday, it's slowing down a little bit. It's just like ever so slightly, just enough to actually be seen. And it might be helpful if we could just like specify that in the script, that like, okay, drive this circuit here, don't slow down when you actually come to one of these things. You should be able to see it here, see it actually brake quite a lot and then drive kind of slowly here. Yeah, alright. So this is working. That's cool. How do we add that warning text now here? So basically I want to add like a big red text here that says like, warning, vehicle is player avatar or something. Because that can sort of affect certain things and kind of make it look like the AI is broken, even though it's not really broken. It's just like we have two systems conflicting, giving it conflicting sort of inputs. So how do we actually do that then? So debug brain off blah blah blah. I think that's probably yeah. Debug brain window label. Ah, here we go. Yeah, this looks better. All right. Yeah, some interesting comments here. Right, so we have a bunch of different things actually. We have the action scheduler. Action scheduler is, where is it? Server comp. What is that actually? It's a brain component. Oh, here we go. Yeah, okay. So action scheduler, debug draw, imgui. It's responsible for this top part. We have the actor context, which, yeah, it just goes through its own components, driving component, so that's that one. And then we have the actual like brain component itself, which is this part here. All right. Okay, so before the action scheduler, maybe then AI brain component. If we are actually calling this stop the game. I'm gonna move my microphone a little bit. Let me know if the audio level becomes somehow too low or something. Move it a little bit so that I can type better. Right, so AI brain. So let's do something like, you know, is avatar is true. Let's just hard code it to true currently. So we'll do imgui. Yeah, let's do like a shorten that a little bit. So push style color, right? That would be how you. Oh, pop style color is what I have. I'm not super experienced with imgui, so some of you may be just like screaming at me. Right, so this is how you make red text. So imgui call text, and then you give it red. Right. Let's make it red, and then we do pop style color 1. And in between this we can do text. Oh, you can actually do text colored. This is probably something that I added at some point. What? Why can I not actually? It looks like it exists. So let's try to use that. You should be able to do it just so text colored. So we do like basis color red. Object is player avatar, something like that, right? Is that maybe, you know, clear enough? So now we should just be able to like object is player avatar, yeah. It's quite loud. Yeah. Let's make it a little maybe brighter. Oh, I need to build it, of course. can you actually, how do you make text larger in Imgo? Is that something that's easy to do? Not actually sure. Yeah, that's a little maybe easier on the eye. It's just that that the menu is kind of large. I don't know if I'm actually using like a monospace font here. I probably am not actually, but let's see if we can make it like, because this is just supposed to be like a in-your-face thing. Hey, be aware that this is like an avatar. So let's make it into like a box like that. See, that looks somewhat decent. Yeah, that looks awesome. Okay, that's good. Okay, now we need to know, you know, if an object actually is an avatar of someone, because now it's not now it's sort of like now we can take that and then we can debug its brain and it will tell us that it's the avatar, even though, you know, clearly isn't. So how do we make that happen then? And I think we actually might need to expose some functionality. So we have the game state. Should be able to get the game state here. Where's this being drawn? This is being drawn on the client, right? Or do we actually draw this on the server? There was some comments about me being naughty there and doing some arguably kind of dangerous things. Is it here? Yes, Lord forgive me. To reach this function, we have established that the server is running locally and on the main thread. Okay, so we're kind of like drawing it on the server here. Yeah. Yes, because the AI brain doesn't actually exist on the client at all, so this needs to be the server, and that's what this comment here is about. You need to actually run the server on the same thread as the client for this to work. Otherwise, you can't actually debug draw this at all. Okay, oh, that's fine. This is a debug thing after all. But anyway, that means that if we do like self context get game state, we have some information here about avatars. Or actually, we can clear an avatar, and we can probably set an avatar. Yeah, we can set an avatar object for a host. But I don't think we can actually ask it, hey, whose avatar is this object here? I don't think that's possible. But you can do that on the engine side, so we might just have to expose that to the game. In other words, expose it from C++ to Zig. That shouldn't be a problem. Set avatar object. If we search for this in the C++ code base, we can find it probably in the game state. Here we go. Right, so this function here, let's make that a little larger for you guys. Get host ID by avatar object. That is the thing that we would really need to be able to call on from the game to determine this. So given like a name hash, which is sort of like an ID for an object, give us the host ID, an integer, for the player whose avatar that object is. And if this returns -1, then we know it's no one's. Unset host ID is -1. Yeah, so this would allow us to actually check that. Okay, so now you guys get to witness how I expose C++ code to Zig. Lucky you. Let's copy these two guys, because they basically do like the opposite thing. So let's get the other one as well. String hash. You get a string hash from a host ID. So what did I do? Right, that's the thing that it's complaining about. Let's comment that out. And then we go to C API and the bind-a-lot file. So this is my own homegrown system for exposing C++ code to Zig. We need to find the game state right here. We have a set avatar and a clear avatar, and these new guys should probably go right underneath those because they're basically like underneath them here in the on the C++ side as well. Right. A string hash in basis is really just a uint32. You can replace those with uint32s. We need a self pointer, and a self pointer, Zig has no idea what the self pointer is, so we just give it as a uint pointer instead. I think that's all we need. Integers and unsigned integers are understood just fine. It's just that this self pointer to like a C++ object is not something that Zig knows how to deal with. So we need to use an uint pointer instead. Now that this is done, let's find it on the disk and run a batch file. And this guy has now generated some stuff for us. Some type defs here, function pointers. It has generated some new things here in the bind function. This is how we bind this particular C++ object or type to Zig. It has generated some function pointers here on the Zig side that we can just slide into those C++ one or C ones really. And yeah, some type diffs essentially to make it a bit easier to work with all of this. But this should be super easy to hook up now. We just take these two lines and we go into basis Zig interop, and we basically look for the place where it complains. We can see here that it's right around here. And it even highlights the place here where we're actually sort of missing something. That's not the right one. Why did you jump there? See, can you actually? There, that's better. So we promised the game that we will provide it with two new functions, but we haven't done that yet. So we need to create those. My convention here is to use the same name, but just like type underscore and then the thing that we actually want. Alright, so get avatar object by host ID, we should basically just be able to call that host ID. And the return value should just nicely be in the correct form already. Get host ID my avatar object. Same thing there. And then we just need to fill these guys in here. There we go. So now, unless we have actually provided it with everything that it wants, then the engine won't even build until we fix that up. So, while not exactly type safe, it is type safe in the sense that since we're generating all of these type defs, type definitions, for things like you know, this function here that binds this particular game state type, this sort of type def. We're basically promising it that no, we will give you that. And then if we don't, then it just fails. So even though it needs to go through a C API like this, where you could, in many cases, just give it sort of, kind of fool it into believing that some of these things are correct, even though their type is not correct. It's kind of more difficult to make mistakes if you type def everything up front. Okay. So yeah, this will build for a while. since we changed some of those bindings, that might take a little while for it to build. In the meantime, we can go to the game state Zig file here. And we can technically just call that function pointer directly, but I typically make a little effort here to make this a little nicer to use. So basically those two are the new methods that we want to sort of expose to Zig. So let's make the first one pub function, and it's called get avatar object by host ID. And it takes a host ID as an I32, and it returns a basis string hash. Actually, that can probably just shorten to that, right? Yeah, I don't know why I use that dot string there in most places. It's just a basis string hash, which is again a type def for an uint32 or an alias or whatever it's called in Zig. And here we should just be able to return, and then we call the actual function pointer. So basis.bindings.fp, which stands for function pointer, game state, and we might not actually have it here in this list because ZLS, the language server, didn't realize that we've actually made some changes. So let's just restart the language server and give it a couple of seconds typically, and let's see if it can figure it out for us. Game state, and there we go. Get avatar object by host ID. We need to give it the self CPP pointer, which it has no idea what that actually is, and then host ID, like so. That's the first one, and then the one we actually are going to use today, the other one, the other way around. So get host ID by avatar object. Avatar name hash, which is of type basis string hash, and it returns an integer 32. Game state get host ID by avatar object. Yeah. There we go. Looking good. And in the meantime, the C++ code has built, so that's nice. Let's see if we can build this. Looks good. Okay, so now we should be able to just read this here. So if we're drawing the debug imgui stuff, is avatar is something like self. Actually, can we get the name hash context get name? That's not what we want. We want the name hash of the object. So we need to get it like that. Right, and then is avatar would be something as simple as get game state get host ID host ID by avatar object name hash, and this is, you know, not basis. I think it's network unset. What's it called? Unset host ID, like that, which is again -1. So if we get a host ID by providing it with the name hash of the object that we're in, and that host ID is not -1, then that means that this object is the avatar of someone. And this is a little silly here now, I think. Just fully specify that there. that built. That's good. So let's see what that gives us now if we try to debug some of these objects. So put down like let's put down a gripper here. We can go. Oh, gripper doesn't have a brain. They're completely useless to us. The mother has a brain. So if we look at the debugger, we don't get any warning. If we look at the debugger for the scout, we actually get a warning. And now if we switch to this, it switches. Look at that. Look at that. Isn't that nice? That's pretty nice. So yes, we can later on make this prettier if that's annoying. Well, now it should be kind of obvious to anyone using this debugger that, oh, okay, this is we actually have two systems now kind of vying for the influence of this object. That's cool. I don't know if it's cool, but it's useful. It's useful is what it is. Okay, cool. Now then, is this all we need for this actual work point here? So what is a little bit sad, I guess, is the case that if you want to sort of have the camera focus on this thing, you kind of need to make it the avatar currently, which is a little annoying. But yeah, I don't think I want to mess with the driving code, because like having the avatar and the AI controlling one and the same vehicles isn't really something that's even supposed to be supported. Anyway, let's fix another small issue that I had yesterday before actually going on to do some new stuff. And this one should be kind of easy to do, but so yeah, we have this vehicle still here. Let's let the light probes render before we actually do anything else. So the one of the things that I wanted to do yesterday was, when I actually loaded the layer where this stress test vehicle sits, I wanted the free camera to jump to a place here where I can actually sort of set up the crane configuration however I want before the vehicle then drives away and does its thing. Let's move this maybe a little further still. You need to sort of take into account that there's going to be wheels underneath it. Sorry about that. I'm having a little bit of a cough. So the idea here was that when we load this physics stress test layer, the free camera jumps to something kind of like this, which then allows me to set up this configuration, which was to have like one of the cranes here in the back actually lift this thing up. And the problem doesn't really have anything to do with these objects. The problem has to do with this free camera setup, which we can add here, and we would then want to add it actually to this layer. So the free camera setup is sort of like a debug thing. You're not really supposed to use it in the final game, but it has just an auto enable toggle. So whether or not it gets enabled when the game starts or doesn't. The problem here is that the game actually doesn't start when we load this layer. It has started ages ago potentially, and we're just loading a new layer. So this free camera setup never activated, and that was sort of stupid. So rather than just having a toggle here, I figured I would actually make it so that you could set whether or not it activates when the game starts or when the object is created, which is what we would have wanted here. And there's even like a delay here. And the point of the delay is that you can temporarily override the gameplay code and the camera that it sets. Because if you start the game and you have a vehicle that spawns in here, when the game starts, it typically sets the vehicle to be the avatar of the player, so you can drive around. And that also sets the camera to focus on that car. And so the delay is there so that all of that activation stuff can happen, and then sometime later the free camera can then just override that and jump back to looking at this or whatever you want it to do. So that was the whole point of this exercise here. We, by the way, want to align this selected object with the camera so that it actually watches this vehicle from up there. So that's good. So let's make a small change here. Rather than having just an auto enable, we'll have a sort of a drop down there that shows some stuff. That should be reasonably simple to do. So let's just see if we can find the free camera setup component. It's a very small component. And it even prints like a warning in the overlay that we have activated it, so that if for some reason your camera doesn't work the way you want, you know that the reason is that, oh, we have a free camera set up there overriding whatever we had in the actual game. Righty-o. So, what do we do instead then? Let's make an enum here. We call this like activation mode, and it's an enum u32, and we set it to, what do we set it to? Maybe like manual is the first one. That's one that isn't really, let's call it actually like none. So it doesn't actually activate unless you do something, call it from code or whatever. At game start would be the next one, and then at object creation is the third one. So at game start is basically the old auto enable thing here, and that would have a delay. Maybe the delay can always be there, it doesn't necessarily matter. Yeah, we can see that if we are actually set to auto enable, when we receive the message game started, we set the state to be delay, and then we set the time remaining to the actual delay. Yeah, and here in the tick, we check if we have a delay, and then we see if it is time to, actually do the camera transform thing. Okay, cool. This should be pretty easy to do if I can remember how this exposed property map works. So basis exposed properties, and this would be like an enum then. Or maybe is it just a property? Maybe it is. So self type would be, what's the activation mode? we need to actually have one of those guys here. So activation mode. Yeah, so that's the field name. And then the default value can be just none. Version added, that's just like 1, and options is an empty string. Like so. I think that should be everything we need. And then here we need to just, rather than doing self auto enable, we need to check if activation mode is at game start. And that is what we want to do. And here we check that, you know, if self activation mode is at object creation, then we do basically, you know, the same thing. Oh, why don't I have a void there? That's stupid. Yeah, something like that. See if that builds. Yep, I built. Cool. So let's do a little bit of cleanup here and then try it out. We can take these away. We don't need any of those. All right, and we go to the editor. So now what we want to do then, if I did everything correctly, is set that free camera object that we have on that physics stress test layer to be to have activation mode at object creation. So if we select this, yep, looks good. So at object creation, that means that it doesn't try to wait for any messages. It just activates it when the object has been created. So that's that. Let's see if that works. So now when I load the layer, it should jump there and allow me to set the crane, configure the crane, and then we can have the vehicle drive around. And I think we'll leave it driving around while I go make a cup of coffee. And I will be back with some more stuff, probably some completely unrelated things, but let's see. Okay, so test load. There we go. Look at that. Now the camera jumps there, and now we can like completely, if I do that correctly, now we can very easily set this up. And I have a feeling that like the exact position, or did I actually have it? And that thing is kind of, let's lower that a little bit. Maybe reposition it a little bit so that so it's more kind of centered. Centered on the actual door itself. That's not centered. Maybe that is. It's probably centered enough. Actually, one of the things that I'd like to do is make it so that this crane is a little faster, right? Maybe it should start this slow if you make changes to it, but then it like if you just you know, spin it around a full circle or something, it would like pick up speed after a while, because it's just very slow right now. Especially like these, I think these like back and forth movements are super slow. Which is probably realistic, but it can be a little annoying. Alright, let's make it a bit more challenging still by making the cable a bit longer. Something like this. And since we don't actually need necessarily to make any reverse turns now, I'm just gonna keep, you know, the avatar set here on this vehicle and leave this here in the corner, and we will order it to drive around. Alright, looking pretty good. So, I think the plan is to go make a cup of coffee, leave this running in the meantime. We'll see how it does when I come back. And then we'll do some other gameplay things. I think we've done enough tech stuff for a little bit. And it should be fun to get back to some gameplay. Let's just make sure that we're actually using the correct nav mesh now. Yeah, so auxiliary 1 is the correct one. That looks good. So let's write a message here for anyone entering the stream. So that should be obvious to anyone arriving that what is going on. But yeah, I'll be back in about 10 minutes or so. If you need to run in the meantime, then thank you for today. Otherwise, see you in a little bit. Well, well, well. You had one job. And that job was to not do this. So, for those of you who just arrived, we determined previously that if we have this vehicle as the player's vehicle, while the AI is driving it, just so that you know you have the camera following it around. In that case, it can't actually reverse, and I was thinking it would just drive around without having to reverse. Now if we just set this as our vehicle here, you should see now it just reverses off that off that thing. And we can set it back to, if we want to. We want the camera to jump back to it. Now we can set it back to being our vehicle. And it should momentarily... Oh, stopping... Ah, right, it stops the movement because we set it back as the avatar, but we can order it to continue with the thing. And we can actually probably have it go to the correct one by just... right, it doesn't clear the list. Okay. Yeah, we always kind of break this a little bit when we mess with this as it is driving around. The script doesn't really sort of know how to handle these cases. Happy Rhino says it treats the door as an obstacle. That's not actually the problem. The problem is that it doesn't know how to reverse. And so it tries to do reverse turns, multiple of them. And each reverse turn, it doesn't know how to actually... reverse. So, but it does know how to drive forward. So it just like little by little kind of nudges itself up onto that cliff, right? And then it gets stuck, and here we have this thing again. Now it clearly doesn't know how to do that again. Yeah, so it's a little bit of a problem. We should probably have some camera which is kind of like not really the avatar camera, but just like some sort of observation camera. Like if you want to follow an AI agent around without interfering it, you should be able to like inspect it or observe it without, you know, having to have it as your avatar. And in that case, we wouldn't mess with these gameplay systems. Let's see if the guy can actually manage to get off. Kind of get stuck in those trees there. Now it's just like, I don't care, I'm not gonna do that anymore. I'm gonna do it this way instead, which is probably a good idea. I'm Paco says, I'm at work and don't have time, but I just drop in to say hello and have a good crashless stream. Well, thank you, and have a good time at work. Yeah, this was kind of unplanned for. I just realized that I made some stupid mistakes in yesterday's stream, and I kind of figured, let's just continue with this, basically the same thing, and fix some of these issues. So far it's going pretty good, except this stupid vehicle again made some mistakes while I was away making coffee. But it goes to show that you shouldn't try to take control from the AI. You should just let it do its thing, and it will manage just fine. But thank you. Have a good work day. And if you want to check out, you or anyone else want to check out these things, then of course they are available as VODs on the YouTube channel later on. Alrighty then. I think we pretty much exhausted this thing. Let's see like one more time how it now takes this problematic place here. Because it actually decided to make a reverse turn here, something that I wasn't thinking it would. Oh, now there's a scout in the way. Or was the problem that it actually kind of hit that cliff there? Yeah, that was probably actually it. It did the same thing. Yeah, it did the same thing as it usually does, but it wasn't able to do this reversing that it now does. Yeah, that was the problem. Yeah, I should really change that differential to have some sort of torque vectoring probably. Alright, nicely avoided the car there. Poop says this looks really cool. Well, thank you. I hope it does. Or I hope it will eventually. That is the plan. To make it really cool. Yeah, I don't think we need that. We don't need that debugger there. We can just remove it. The nice thing with the debugger nowadays is that you have that log there, so you can see what decisions it made. At least some of the decisions, high-level decisions, it made. You know, after it has done something stupid, you can go like, huh, what led to this thing? So you don't necessarily need to have the debugger there all the time. Yeah, that garage door is kind of violent there. But it's not giving us any crashes, so that's good. Yeah, there's like a strange little loop down into that pit there, and I think it's a result of like two decisions basically. It first decided to try to make a U-turn, like going to the left, and then at some point it decided, actually I want to do it to the right, which causes it to make that like first drive to the left and then to the right. And now that it knows how to make this reverse turn, then it's arguably it reverses a little unnecessarily long. It wouldn't really need to like reverse back down into the pit again, but oh well. It's not really the end of the world. Yeah, and pretty soon I'm gonna have to add sounds and particle systems to that as well, and also to the gripper once we have the gripper in some sort of shape. It's kind of rear heavy with that garage door just hanging there. So it's pretty nice to see that it actually maneuvers quite alright still. Yeah, I think this is now pretty much fixed. The only thing that we really could and perhaps should do is add that camera, which kind of only acts as the camera following something, doesn't set it as the avatar. That would mean that we wouldn't have to drive around with this guy to see how it does. But that's like a development thing. But yeah, other than that, one looks pretty nice. So let's move on to different things. I had some other stuff on the agenda. Free camera setup was one of them. That one we already did. So go to rest pose for the crane, right? And then be able to actually send that as a radio message to the vehicle. That could be kind of interesting. How should we make that actually? That's something that like you might want to. I'm gonna just shut the editor down. I don't think we need the editor for this now. Like this. So if you have a mother vehicle yourself and you're messing around with the crane here and doing things with this, and then you have the cable out and it's sort of hanging over the edge here like this, and then you just want it to sort of automatically go back to the rest pose. How would we do that? One reason is, of course, or one way is to just do the whole choreography yourself. So if it starts like this, it would probably be like spooling this cable back up like that, and then maybe pulling this in, I think the order matters here actually. I think the order is important. Something like this, and then maybe rotating it. It's kind of interesting. It's not necessarily always the same. Like the order isn't always necessarily the same, or the best order is not necessarily always the same. In some situations, it might be best to like rotate it first, and then spool in the cable. While in others, it might be best to do the cable first and then rotate. You know, it's an interesting problem actually that I don't really know how to solve. But anyway, we should make some system that can do this, and then we can improve it later if we want to. So, as a very basic concept, it basically needs to have. It needs to do a few things. First of all, if it is. And that's actually an interesting thing. If it is holding something, should it actually drop it then? Or should it just like... Actually it should probably not drop it, right? It should just return it to the pose, to the rest pose. But that of course means that, you know, if it has something like really, really large, then it might have to actually drop it, right? You know, what happens if we put another one here? Like this, and then we go lift that. Can we lift another one? I have probably done this at some point, but I don't remember anymore. Let's move it so that, yeah, let's move it so that the crane is as close to it as possible. Is that as close to it as possible? Maybe not. Let's actually, let's put it like right next to it sideways. Something like that, right? And they're kind of intersecting. I guess the collision mesh isn't 100% accurate, right? I guess that's what it has to mean. And then you take the cargo crane, and we actually lift up this other guy. Like what does that? What happens? There we go. Does the universe explode? Yeah, there's a little bit of an explosion going on. But basically, you can do this, right? You can do something crazy like this. It's not necessarily all that useful, but you can. And I wouldn't want to necessarily, you know, prohibit this. But in a case like this, you know, if you now tell the crane to like go to rest position, I think you should probably let go of that other one. Right. Otherwise, bad things are going to happen. If we now put this into the rest position, these things are probably going to go flying or something. All right, come on. Actually, it kind of works. Sooner or later, the cable simulation is gonna freak out. Yeah. Yeah, you have to have stuff like this happening. It's kind of remarkably stable though, all things considered. Alright, now let's switch to this other one. Yeah, that way, and then is it the cargo crane? Now let's make a monster out of this. Just poke at the other one as a start. I should maybe add that, like, in the campaign of the game, there's actually only ever supposed to be one of these things. So this is not like really a realistic gameplay scenario, but you know, why not? So now we have like two of them. They're sort of connected in this horrible mess of physics constraints, and both are trying to do their own thing. They can't quite determine who is supposed to be on top and who is supposed to be on the bottom. Oh no. Alright. Did you make up your minds? Are you supposed to be the one who's actually on the bottom now? Looks like it. So we can kind of we can sort of drive this with the other one there on the back. Man, Physics 5 is just super stable, super nice to see. I mean, this is hardly what you actually want from the game, but just the fact that this doesn't completely break, it's kind of a testament. All right, let's switch to the other vehicle now. We weren't able to do that. No, now maybe. Now we can switch to this. There's a horrible Frankenstein of a vehicle that can drive on both sides. It has no up and no down. Alright, well, this is fun, but yeah, still not exactly sure what to do about this thing that we discussed. Like, I'm sure there's some you know, some papers available on the idea of, like, how do you reset a robot arm, and what is the sort of optimal algorithm for doing that, right? I bet that's like an actual real-world problem, not just a video game problem. Hey, stuff is happening. Yeah, I bet that's like an actual real-world thing that, you know, factories and that sort of thing have to deal with all the time. So I'm pretty sure there's probably some algorithms for determining that. And I wonder if we should actually, like, look into that, or if we should just make something up. Good day, Marcus. Glad to have you back. How do you like my magnificent beast with no backs? Just messing around here with the cranes to see what this thing can actually do. Oh, and we're just sliding here. Not exactly sure what's going on here. Yeah, what is going on here is the fact that I'm considering how I should, you know, program or add like a feature to this vehicle. That you know, if we let's see, let's add a third one here. Right, if I have a vehicle like this, and then it has its crane, you know, out to the side, for example, and it has the cable out pretty far, like this. Maybe you've used this to, you know, get over to, you know, lift the scout over like an obstacle or something like this. And then you switch to the scout, and then that leaves this mother vehicle in a state like this, where it has the crane out to the side. And then you would like to order it around. You tell it to you know, drive somewhere or something like that. Well, that's kind of problematic if the crane is left like this. So we should have some way of asking it to hey, reset your crane, you know, return the crane to the rest pose, like this. And then I started thinking about, okay, there's probably like some good algorithms for doing this. Not exactly sure how to do it, because like there's probably, depending on the situation, you need to do a few things. You need to like spool in the cable, and you need to rotate it, and then you need to pose this into the rest pose, more or less, whatever the rest pose is. And those different things can, depending on the situation, it is possible that they should be carried out in a different order, right? And then I started thinking that, hey, should it actually start by dropping whatever is actually attached to the magnet, or should just try to keep that thing there? And then I got into testing what happens if you lift the mother vehicle with another mother vehicle. And that's this thing here. Hello. It actually kind of works. But if you're lifting another mother vehicle, which again, like, it shouldn't really be a thing in the game. There should kind of only ever be one for story reasons. I don't know exactly, but that is like the base assumption is that there's one of these things. But if you're lifting something very, very large, and then you're telling the crane, hey, go back to your rest pose, and the crane should probably drop whatever it is holding. But if you're just carrying like a power cell or something with this crane, then that's probably something that you can keep attached to your magnet. One of these things. Burp. And indeed it might be kind of nice, even if you are the player, you as the player are driving this vehicle. If you're collecting one of those power cells from the ground, it might be nice to just have like a button that you can press, and then the crane would not actually drop the thing. It would just kind of bring it aboard your vehicle. Where does that line go, though, based on weight? Yeah, that is the question. Based on weight or based on volume? Exactly. It is a good question, and maybe there should even be some sort of, like, I don't want to like over-engineer this thing, because it's still a game after all. It shouldn't be super tricky, but there should probably be some system that you know, determines that, hey, I can't actually bring the crane back into rest position now. Hey, I can't actually bring it back to rest position now because of, you know, whatever it is you're carrying or whatever. Or, you know, if you have, it is entirely possible that you have your crane arm in between these, like the cable goes around the tree or whatever, like something super crazy, like nestled. So what I'm thinking is that we probably need to have some sort of fallback system anyway for the crane, where it kind of goes, no, I can't do that, like you've reached the you know, limit of what we can do here. And then if you try to actually, you know, bring the whole world with you onto the back of the vehicle, and you press the reset button on the crane, then it will somehow determine that no, I can't actually do that. Which kind of tells me that the rest reset functionality shouldn't by default try to, you shouldn't by default release anything you have. You should just try to bring it with the crane. Maybe that is the best way to do this. But yeah, it's an interesting problem. It's not really something I have spent any time researching here. Let's just Google this quickly and see what comes up. So, this looks awesome, says KK. Well, thank you. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, like if you put a scout here on the top of this, I think a scout is kind of sensible. I think that is kind of, that might be sort of like the what am I trying to say here? That should at least be something that you can, you know, bring with you. So if you let go of the power cell and grab that instead. And we'll lit this up. It's kind of like a core feature of this game, right? That you can switch vehicles by using the mother vehicle to lift the scout into some place that, you know, the mother vehicle can't necessarily fit in. And so if you come driving here, park your car here, then switch to the mother vehicle and then lift up the scout, it would be kind of nice. You could just press a button and it would basically do this. It would, you know, lift up the crane, it would spool in the cable, and then it would, you know, reset the whole arm here, bring the thing onto the vehicle. That's basically something like this. Maybe even put it there in the middle of the thing or something. I don't know. Of course you can do that manually if you want, if you're really particular about where you want the car. Is there any indirect or global illumination going on? I love the look and feel. Thank you. There is some sort of indirect illumination going on. Yes, there's light mapping first of all, which is not really visible in most places here, but in some places it is really visible. Particularly some of these houses you can sort of drive into or under, this thing you can drive under, but it's not really textured properly. This thing here you can drive under, so we can toggle the light maps on and off, and you can see that it kind of affects mostly the stuff that is sort of secluded a little bit, or sort of inside. Same thing here. You can see here's a completely untextured object, so it's kind of just shining in there. Same thing with the light maps here. Everything just looks super bright if you turn them off. Then we have light probes that affect the dynamic objects. Right, so if we put a scout into the house, it looks kind of okay. Without light probes, all the dynamic objects are kind of shining like crazy. And of course, if we turn off both of them, then it looks kind of alright, because it's well, it's kind of unlit then. But with just one of them, either the dynamic or the static tend to look kind of bad. Then with both of them, it looks better. It's still not super, you know, impressive perhaps, but it's okay. That would be the extent of the indirect light. And then we have things like ambient occlusion. So SSAO here with the cliffs, for example, here if we pause the game. That sort of thing, and in the grass I actually have a little bit of a hack, but there's a sort of a sign distance field AO going on with the vehicles. An SDF thing that kind of makes grass under a vehicle darker, because it doesn't really work all that well with SSAO. So that's what we have. Let's open the main gate. And this guy just drove into the trees. Oh no. Yeah, but you should just be able to, you know, drive up to this guy here and switch, and then be able to bring your vehicle with you quite easily. That monorail doesn't have collisions yet, so that's why you can see that the crane arm is kind of going through it. Only these pillars, these vertical pillars, have collisions still. Camera also goes through this rail. Yeah. I don't exactly know. We should probably maybe perhaps investigate some of those real world resetting algorithms, if that is indeed like a thing. Let's see if I can find something like that. Yeah, there's lots of like machine learning things, unsurprisingly. Is the game going to be just one map or more? Yeah, it's more than one. It's more than one level. This is the level that I am planning to use for the demo, which is supposed to be released pretty soon. I know I've said that for some time now, that it's supposed to be released pretty soon, but I'm kind of just putting in a few last things here before releasing it. At least that's the plan. But yeah, this map is supposed to be from like probably like halfway through the campaign or something like that. Right. What is pretty soon? Summer. It's not summer, no. It's significantly before that. No, I should not be working on this demo in the summer. If I am working on this demo in the summer, you're hereby officially allowed to make fun of me in the chat if I'm still working on this demo by the summer. But no, I'm talking about probably like more like weeks than months. That is my hope. Robotic arm position computing method in the 2D and 3D spaces. Something like this maybe. It's like I don't know how much like actual use. There was something about the rest poses here. Maybe they didn't call it that. Sign me up. Yeah, if you want to play the demo, if you're interested in playing this demo when it comes out, then be sure to subscribe. Of course, I am going to advertise it when it is done. The people who are in the Discord are probably the ones who will receive, you know, word first of. They will be among the first to receive word when the demo is playable, and I actually plan to probably put out several demos. The first demo is going to be a so-called first playable, which is really just like something I want to put out to perhaps like a smaller number of people. It will still be publicly available, and you can, if you get your hands on it, you're free to give it to your friends and tell them what a cool game this is. But it's not something that I'm gonna put on like Steam, something like that. It's just something that I wanna put out to get some feedback on, and then probably later on I will make like an actual demo on Steam, and hopefully something that I can, you know, keep there even when the game is released. So yeah, if you want to play the demo, then just, you know, make sure you either subscribe to the channel or perhaps even join the Discord. Will it be a debug build with access to your debug menu? Oh, hey Matt. Hey Matt. Yeah, just continuing from the chaos that was yesterday's stream. I did everything wrong yesterday. So I've been streaming already for, what is it, 2.5 hours with a little bit of a coffee break, and fixed some issues, some of those issues we had yesterday, debugged some of the AI stuff, improved some of the free camera stuff, and I've kind of been moving on now to reset poses. How do you like this? Isn't this like the most beautiful thing you've ever seen? I call it the beast with no backs, and it's beautiful. And you can actually kind of drive it around. Sometimes it it starts behaving violently, and you have to switch to the other vehicle and drive it instead. But it kind of works. Yes, I'm figuring out things with the crane now, like what should happen if, like, at least, you know, in theory. Oh, I think we have a switcheroo coming up here. There we go. And we're back. All right. I'm kind of figuring out, like, hey, if we're adding a feature to reset the crane, you know, go back to rest pose or whatever, and you have a situation like this, you know, you're lifting something, some other mega thing. What should it actually do? It, like, obviously can't bring another one, or, well, you know, evidently it can bring another mother vehicle onto the back of itself, but it really shouldn't. It should go like, no dude, can't lift that. Anyway, yeah, I was supposed to answer Marcus' question. Will it be a debug build with access to a debug menu, etc., as well to play around with? Or is it a release for everybody? It will not be a debug build, because as we actually spoke about earlier in this very stream, the debug build is very, like, if you're talking about the debug configuration, that is very slow. And this is actually not a debug build, this is a so-called release build, which is a bad name for it. I have a debug, release, and final. I think the demo will probably be a final build, but the thing is that even the final builds have quite a bit of the debug functionality in them currently. And I might just release like two builds actually for the first label, because they work with the same data, so I can have like the main demo build, right? And then I can have a release build, which is what this is, which has like the full messing around capability, and just throw that exe in there in addition to the main one, right? And then just put like a text box when you start it, like, hey, this is only meant for messing around. Please don't judge me on performance or whatever. And then I absolutely love if people want to mess around with this stuff. Let's just put it that way. So I think, for example, that you should, at least with the debug, at least with the release build, the more mess around proof build, you should be able to just like click somewhere and go like, let's put a scout there, or you know, I want a power cell because I don't want to actually play through the mission properly. I want just all power cells. Would be cool since most of the audience are already developers themselves. Yes, indeed. I mean, let's be honest here. My audience is mostly game developers. I mean, I hope this game is fun for non-technical people as well, obviously. But my niche is, I guess, kind of technical people. Oh, what is happening? Beats having a sandbox mode. Well, there's gonna be a sandbox mode as well. The sandbox mode is really shouldn't really be, you know, all that tricky. I'm not even playing here. These guys are just like dancing around the place now. Now they got stuck on a tree. What? Yeah, sandbox mode is, well, okay, yeah. If you okay, I see what you mean now. If you mean something like Halo Forge, which we talked about yesterday, then sure, that's quite a lot of work to build something like that. My sandbox mode is probably going to be, you know, you get the level editor and you get the ability to just open a level file, right? the game actually already has it. Just go to the main menu. Rather than clicking, you know, new game or load game there, you can just open a level as just a level. Not all of these work necessarily, but like we can open the intro level, for example. This is the level that is going to be in the intro cinematic. Let's see, we have some cars here somewhere. They're over here. And so normally you don't get to play this level at all. You only get to watch a cinematic play out in it. But you can just open a level and go like, hey, open this level and play it for me. And then if you have, you know, put some scripts or whatever into that level, then you can activate those scripts. And those scripts can do anything. They can start a mission, or they can spawn some vehicles, or they can, you know, make it rain power cells. You can have it create a new power cell object at a random position in the level every second, and then you just let it run. I mean, you can do anything really. That's my idea of a sandbox mode. KK asks, a dumb question maybe, but what's the advantage of using WebGPU or something like BGFX? I have not used BGFX, so I don't know. But if I was to venture a guess, then WebGPU probably. I mean, WebGPU is not final yet, right? Let's be clear about that. So it's kind of difficult to say what it will turn into. And in fact, I'm not even really targeting it right now. I know I made the video about WebGPU a couple of years ago. That's probably where most people actually know me from still. But well, yeah, I haven't used it in a while because the Dawn version that I used, it kind of deteriorated on me, and I would probably be able to just update it and then it would work again with a little bit of work. But I don't know. WebGPU is not final yet, so who knows what it will actually turn into. But if I was to venture a guess as to what the difference between something like BGFX and WebGPU is, then WebGPU probably has more big companies and money behind it, and maybe if it like gets properly standardized and adopted, then I guess you might have like a larger sort of target surface than you would have with something like BGFX. I've used BGFX for years, can't recommend it enough. Well, sounds like something that KK might want to try then. What I would perhaps also recommend keeping an eye on is the new SDL GPU stuff. I don't really know. Is SDL3 actually out yet? Let's have a look. You're free to shout in the chat if you know this stuff. Simple Direct Media Layer 3.0. SDL3 has officially stabilized. The preview release is available at the GitHub page. Right. But they're making something called, is it SDL GPU maybe, or something like that? Yeah, so this thing here. And the GPU API offers a cross-platform way to apps to talk to modern graphics hardware. It offers both 3D graphics and compute support in the style of Metal Vulkan and D3D12. I mean, this sounds pretty nice. That right there is what I want out of WebGPU. And I can sort of have it from WebGPU, but also WebGPU comes with its own shading language. which I absolutely hate. And the reason I hate it is that the reason it exists is not technical. It's like legal, basically, and that just makes me go, ugh. Or at least as far as I know, it is because Apple had some issue with some Chronos stuff, and they just refused to use SPIR-V, so they had to come up with their own shading language, which just causes no end of grief. Cool, I thought SDL was only platform abstraction. Yeah, SDL does all kinds of things these days. Of course, SDL has had a renderer for like a while now, right? SDL renderer, yeah. I don't know how to use it. But yeah, SDL has had like a renderer, which is sort of like a higher level thing. As far as I know, the GPU, SDL GPU thing is really just like an abstraction over the graphics API. Alex Eni says, I use it with SPIR-V and it's passed through where possible. Translate it to something else whenever I run on Mac. Yeah. Yeah, the SPIR-V story in WebGPU is a little strange. I hope I'm not remembering things wrong here, but I've used WebGPU mostly with Vulkan as the backend, and if you do that, then and you give it SPIR-V, you know, as a desktop app, something like Dawn. I haven't really been using WGPU. Let's just make that clear. I've tried it a few times, but I decided that Dawn fits my needs better, or at least did when I used WebGPU a lot. And if you pass it SPIR-V, you kind of expect the SPIR-V to just go, you know, directly to the backend, you know, because it's Vulkan, and you're giving it SPIR-V, so why wouldn't it go directly to the backend? The problem is that it doesn't. At least it didn't go with Dawn back when I used it. So regardless if you are passing it WGSL in text form or you're passing it SPIR-V, it is analyzed and picked apart and then passed through Dawn's tint compiler or code generator, and then it generates, you know, whatever is given to whatever the backend wants. I mean, WebGPU RS, it has just pass-through mode. Ah, okay, that's really nice then. Yeah, because I have had, even though I don't currently have a Vulkan backend, I've had actually two Vulkan backends back in the day. I don't really like writing Vulkan, so I don't really do that anymore. But I keep all my shaders compiling to SPIR-V, because out of SPIR-V you can generate just kind of anything really. And so I was under the impression when I started working with WebGPU that, oh, you can just give it SPIR-V and it will pass through, and it didn't back in the Dawn days when back in the days when I used Dawn. Maybe they have a pass-through now. That would be really nice. But the idea, as far as I know, with that system was that, you know, nowadays Direct3D 12 supports SPIR-V as well, as I understand it, but it didn't do it back then. And the idea was that you should be able to use any backend you want, whether that is Metal, Vulkan, or D3D 12, or even D3D 11. If you pass it SPIR-V, it will just eat the SPIR-V and convert it into whatever the backend wants. And that includes Vulkan, so it will sort of pick the SPIR-V apart and then generate new SPIR-V. And that was a whole thing. So I just ran into compatibility issues with the SPIR-V that I had, because Tint, the compiler and code generator for Dawn, it wanted to do things in a specific way, and it just like didn't support certain SPIR-V commands or instructions, operations that I had in my SPIR-V. So yeah, I don't know. Hopefully they would have a pass through these days as well. That would make it much nicer. Elton says STL renderer kind of sucks though. I don't know. I've never used it myself. And Marcus says, I've seen games like Baldur's Gate through link to STL. Maybe they also use it for rendering. I don't think they use it for rendering. I think they basically just do like platform abstractions. I think it's pretty widely known that Valve, for example, uses STL. They used to sponsor and perhaps even develop STL quite a lot back in the day when they were sort of getting started with their whole Linux initiative. And I think they mostly use it for platform things as well. So, you know, window management, threading, that sort of thing. But yeah, anyway, getting back to the sandbox stuff. Ideally, my idea of a sandbox would be, you know, you have the editor. You would get a few of these levels, sort of as like actual work files, along with the assets and everything, and perhaps some fun little missions, sort of example missions that you could script there, and then you can just make your own and open them directly there from the menu in the main menu, without it having to have anything to do with like the campaign or anything like that. Anyway, robotic arms, still on that, at least somewhat. Not really sure how to actually do that, if I'm being honest here. Not really sure what the best course of action would be. Or maybe we should start with something simpler, just to give me a sort of a refresher here, because there's so many of these systems that I haven't used. Or I've used them, but I haven't written them since forever. Am I using Raylib? No, I'm not using any sort of platform abstraction. Actually, that's not true. Some of my rendering backends, for example, the aforementioned WebGPU backend uses GL framework, GLFW. That's the only platform abstraction I use. The Windows D3D11 renderer currently doesn't use any, it's just Win32 code. Does minigame actually load? This is like a it actually loads. So some of my really old time followers might remember this thing. This is like an example of you know, something that could be like a documentation piece in the sandbox mode, like how to make a small little game thingy. So this is completely created with I think there's like a single Zig script maybe, and then some stuff in the level editor, and you just create you collect three of those diamonds there, and then you get some sort of high score or something, or it's based on time, and then there's like a fire thing that is lit there in the center. Boom. Finished. That looks interesting. I do remember making that very sort of low, not low poly, but it's sort of like a quad style fire, but I don't remember actually substituting the sort of normal fire for that in this level. So I wonder why it's playing that. D3D11 works natively on Linux. It does not work natively on Linux, but it does work through Proton. I don't know why. I don't know why you got the idea that it would work natively on Linux. Have I said something like that? But yeah, I made that minigame thing on video some time ago. That was before I properly started streaming, so it is some time ago though. What's that? Oh, this is the really old one. Fun. Yeah, this level can also be found in some of the really old videos on Traction Point. Before it was known as Traction Point. But yeah, that's the thing with this engine and this tech stack, is that you can just open levels like this. You know, almost how you open like a Word document in Word. Without any sort of strings attached or expectation to, you know, have it tie into some larger thing. You can just open levels. And that should make having a sandbox mode quite a bit easier. I thought it didn't work natively. Yeah, it doesn't work natively. Like D3D is it's a Microsoft thing, so it doesn't work natively on any non-Microsoft platform, right? However, I can run this game, which, you know, has a D3D11 rendering backend. I can run this game just fine on the Steam Deck, for example, and I just did some weeks ago by running it through Proton, and so it's not natively running in the sense that it does need to translate it to, I don't know, is it OpenGL or Vulkan or whatever it's translating it to. But other than that, it runs. That's the nice thing with Linux these days, is that it actually kind of runs Windows games kind of nicely. And I'm thinking if I should try to relearn OpenGL or go to Vulkan already. Yeah. That's something you have to decide, I think. I don't think anyone else can make that decision for you. I still think there's probably a lot of value in OpenGL, but some people have decided that no, I'm done with that. And yeah, I have actually never really learned it, so I can't really say. I've always been more of a DirectX person myself. I think it runs like 90% of Steam. I mean OpenGL. If you mean OpenGL, then I don't think so. I think D3D11 probably runs most of Steam, or most of the games on Steam are powered by D3D11. and like the one after that is probably D3, D9. And then after that, we're probably getting to maybe OpenGL or yeah, probably OpenGL. All right. Yeah, let's start by just adding that thing to the com radio. Well, Proton runs 90% of Steam. Yeah, that might be the case. Not sure if it's 90% or not, but yeah, that could be. That's true. Okay, so com radio kind of annoyingly doesn't really work outside the what's it called, the campaign. Or actually it does work outside the campaign, but it has a little bit of configuration stuff that we need to do, but it is configured in the campaign, so you know, it's kind of easy to use here. We have like a radio menu you can open like this, and what we could do here is add another radio command to the mother vehicles, to the list of radio commands that have been sent to the mother vehicle. We currently only have move here. That's kind of the only thing we've ever really had. So it could be kind of interesting to add another one there, which would be like reset your crane or whatever. Hey Aku, is it morning in Tampere? What's Tampere's time zone? I know it must be different than Espoo because it's always morning in my afternoons. Did fiddle around with Vulkan over Christmas. Wasn't as verbose as some people make it out to be, but still a lot more than OpenGL. Yeah. As someone who has written two Vulkan backends for this very game engine, neither of them have been very good, for being completely honest. One of them I did on video, so you can go have a look there and see what I did. Well, anyway, I feel like I know something about Vulkan. Some people feel like, okay, there's a lot of setup work, and then when you get, you know, when you get your triangle on the screen, then you're like on the home stretch. And there's like a lot of stuff you need to do. But then when you get your triangle on the screen, then, you know, you're golden, and then everything is going to be easier from there on out. I heartily disagree with that. I feel like when you get your triangle on the screen, that is when your troubles start. If you actually want to make a game with it. Not to mention like a generic engine, but if you want to make a game with it, when you get your triangle on the screen, that is when you know you have to start deciding, oh, okay, so how am I actually going to, you know, be scheduling these draw calls? Oh, I almost made it. How am I going to be scheduling these draw calls? How am I going to deal with resource transitions in an effective way so that I don't have to go and, you know, manually do them all the time? How is the resource binding going to work? At which point am I going to generate the required PSOs? You know, do the shader compilation for the level that I'm going to want to play. You know, all of these things. You really don't have to do any of that when you're just setting Vulkan up to render your first triangle. I mean, yes, you have to do it once, and it probably is kind of shown to you or or specified in the whatever tutorial you're watching or whatever where you do that. But that's kind of throwaway stuff. You can't be coding Vulkan like that if you want to build like an actual honest to god rendering engine. And so I kind of feel like people have the wrong idea. Like if you're writing Vulkan, then yeah, you're kind of setting yourself up to write a lot of stuff. And some of that stuff you might not want to write yourself. I'm talking about things like the Vulkan memory manager. Man, I can't make that jump today. I used to be able to do that, but I can't. Yeah. So I kind of feel like I don't really want to write Vulkan anymore. It's not fun. It's not fun to write Vulkan. It's not really fun to write D3D12 either, to be honest. I've written one of those renderers as well. Or I kind of did a Vulkan and a D3D12 one at the same time, and it was sort of a shit show, and I probably shouldn't have done that. Yeah, I hope the new SDL. Oh, there we go. Now I can make the jump. Oh, I hope the new SDL GPU API is really nice and it just turns out to be what people use, because we really need like a D3D11 level renderer these days. I don't even really need any sort of like ray tracing or whatever. Everyone knows my renderer is kind of basic, but I would like to have like a more modern shader compiler to play around with, and D3D11 is still stuck on like FXC, which is kind of terrible, for being completely honest. To the extent that like some of these things in this game even are just like really slow with D3D11 compared to just like a web GPU version rendered with the web GPU backend. They're just like, they can be like 20 or 30 times faster. And yeah, it can be like a web GPU thing, but I'm thinking it's actually like a shader code generation thing, because it may not be something very complex or kind of different on the CPU side at all. Just that the shader code generated by FXC can be kind of terrible, or that's how it looks like to me. Can I get a DUI in this game? I don't think so. There are no cops. There are no cops around. You can do whatever you want. Like jumping off cliffs like that. Hey Wookie, what's going on? Yeah, it was kind of unplanned. I kind of realized I made a lot of stupid mistakes yesterday, and I wanted to just continue fixing stuff that we did yesterday that I screwed up. Oh yeah, no DUIs in this game. Let's see. To be honest with Vulkan, I'd recommend looking at one of the good guides out there for a basic render, and after that you'll have a clear idea of something you want to continue with. Yeah, that's probably true. Or, you know, that is probably a good way to get started. I don't think most of those guides don't really give you necessarily the correct idea of what it is to build like a production renderer with, right? That is what I got kind of stuck with. Do you guys know the at this point pretty old, but still, the books by Frank Luna. This guy who wrote books on D3D11 and 12, and I think 9 as well. That's basically how I learned GPU programming, through those books, and they're actually really good. Except the D3D11 book, which is the one that I've read the most. It's kind of out of date these days. I mean, yes, D3D11 is out of date itself, but even with D3D11, the way he does things is kind of out of date. So it's a little annoying, but still, like, the most of the stuff there is really good. How to make a games renderer in D3D11? No, I don't think it's that. Let's see. Frank Luna, D3D11. It's this one. It is this book. Dismiss. So this book is what I basically learned 3D, like GPU programming. When did this come out? 2012. Pretty sure I had it before that. Maybe I started with the D3D9 book, but this is one that I've read like a lot over the years. If you've seen my 15 years video, you know that I actually started working on Basis before 2012. I probably wasn't very good at anything at that point. Anyway, this book, and there's also a version for D3D12. What happened with this? Why is it dark? What do you want from me, Amazon? Yeah, there's a D3D12 version as well, which I've read a little bit. That's basically what I used to build the D3D12 renderer backend that I did, and those books are really good. They're gonna present, ideas in a no nonsense way. The problem with those books, or the problem is actually with people reading them, I feel, including myself, I should add. But for some reason, at least for me, those books, they sort of give you an idea that oh, okay, this is how I can add this to my engine or my game or whatever. But that's of course not at all what it is. He sort of presents like a concept in almost like a tutorial-y way, and then you can't just take like 20 tutorials and put them together and then expect it to be like an efficient rendering platform. That's not how it works. But that's how I thought it worked for quite some time. And that's how some of that stuff that you saw in that video back then was rendered, like really inefficiently on like a high-level renderer level. How do you handle texture binding for the web GPU backend? I have 3 different bind groups for the 3 textures my render used for objects, so I can switch and mix easily between each. But this probably isn't too efficient, and I'm thinking adding lighting maps, and don't want to add a bunch of bind groups for those. I think I basically have a bind group per material. That's how I think I do it. Should we have a look? This is not really doing the work I was supposed to do, but but let's have a look. I don't think I have the web GPU backend even loaded here in Visual Studio currently, but I can probably load it for you, and it should work. But if we have a material, a render material, I'm pretty sure that this guy has a bind group. It's that one. Like if we bind this guy, if we bind it, here's the bind function. Oh, we lost the music. Let's reboot it. Let's put on another one of those playlists that I typically do. Maybe not that one. I've used it too much. People start to get annoyed. Okay. Right. So here we're binding a material. I'm not saying this is like, look at my stuff, and then you should go like, ugh. Look at how he did it. That's horrible. That is the, you know, the mental state I want you in right now. Nothing else. But what are we doing? We're binding a pipeline, and then we are iterating over material uniforms. Yeah, okay. Yeah, bind group is right here. So we have a struct for each render pass. Render pass behavior, this basically tells us that, hey, like, what do we do in a certain render pass? And so a render pass can be like, you know, opaque, transparent, shadow pass, normal depth for SSAO, that sort of thing. And so it can be, you know, ignored, it can be rendered, or it can be rendered with a default material, which basically means that, like, we're rendering the shadow maps. Almost all objects are rendered to the shadow maps in the same way, so they can just use the so-called default material, which can just be bound once and then just skipped. Right. We have a bind group here. It is something that's called a dynamic bind group, and a dynamic bind group has just a normal bind group inside of it. Actually, it has a bunch of them. But the idea here is that you can create one of these dynamic bind groups. You can add some stuff to it, buffers, textures, and samplers that you always want to bind when you're binding this bind group, right? You know that every time I render this material, I want a texture in slot something. You know, like the shadow maps, for example. But then you have some transient resources. They are things that you occasionally, maybe like every other, you know, frame, you want like a different texture or whatever. I'm completely made up example. You add some transient stuff to it, or maybe you have a buffer that changes, you know, potentially every frame or whatever. And then you finalize this stuff, and what that does is that it hashes the static resources, and then it hashes the, let's see. No, actually, no. It hashes the static resources when you push them to the thing. You know, add texture, and then it hashes it somewhere, or maybe not. I don't remember exactly how this works. Oh no, okay, yeah, of course. It doesn't need to hash the static entries because the static entries are always the same. Right, and it actually kind of asserts here that you don't try to add more static stuff to it while you should be only adding transient things. So first you add like a bunch of static stuff, then you can add every frame right before you actually need this. You can add some transient buffers, and this stuff is actually hashed. Yeah, buffer get hash. Buffer get hash is then like, this is a backend specific way, like D3, D11 buffer might be hashed separately from like a web GPU buffer or whatever. So it basically, I don't know what comes out of this, but it's expected to be the same for the same buffer. It can be just a pointer. In fact, it might actually just be the pointer. And then you push it to a stream, and then when you want to use this thing, so you call finalize, and it actually just goes and finds from a hash map with the current state, hey, have you actually created a bind group for this set of static and dynamic resources? And then it just gives you back an actual bind group that you can build. And this, on the web GPU side, this just, as far as I know, maps to like a web GPU bind group. I think that's how it works. Let's see. There's the web GPU one. Again, you should make like disgusted noises when you watch this. Just by default, make disgusted noises. And then, if you find something that you think looks interesting, then maybe you can think about that. Let's see, where's the bind group? Bind group web GPU. It's right here. So, yeah, we're making a bind group. Device create bind group. It's just one. Yep. Yeah, so we're just putting things in a bunch of entries, making a descriptor, and then creating a bind group out of it. So that's how I do it. And then probably the material, if we go look at the material actually binding it. So you can see bind group begin. This is now where we can start to add those transient resources. Most of the time they will be the same, which means that it doesn't need to create more than, you know, maybe 1 or 2 bind groups or something. Certain things get recreated. For example, if the window size changes, there are certain textures that get recreated, and so you can't bind like the same, you know, render targets and things like that. Well, that's not a bind group thing, but like textures that you sample for the SSAO, for example, the SSAO texture needs to be the same size as the window, so it gets recreated if you resize the window. And so sometimes when we call finalize somewhere here, finalize bind group, it will create a new bind group for you, but most of the time it will just create one and the same. And it will return it over and over again, because you're just pushing these same things there into the same slots. And I think the order here, if we look at the transient buffer thing, yeah, we just have a stream that we just put things into. Slot index, register type, binding slot index, hash. And then we look at the stream at the end and go like, oh, did this change or not? So it's kind of flexible. It's probably not as optimal as it could be, but on the other hand, these profile blocks don't tend to really show up in my profiler all that much. Pre-bind uniforms. I'm pretty sure this is actually, yeah, this is defined. I'm not sure why Visual Studio thinks it's not. Come on. Really? Pre-bind uniforms. Look at that. Search for that. I'll go. Okay, now it finds it. But still it grays them out. This shouldn't be grayed out. I don't know why it does that. It's strange. Maybe it wasn't. Oh, it's an if not def. That's why it's grayed out. So it's just me being bad. Yeah, and then the On the D3D11 side, of course, we don't have any. We don't have any. What am I doing? We don't have any like bind groups, so that just becomes like a bunch of bind calls. Let's see. Bind group description, yeah, it runs through all of these. And this GFX API, this is sort of like my common API that the engine and the game uses. The engine and the game never talks directly to D3D or WebGPU or anything. They talk to GFX API, and then GFX API commands get turned into what the backend wants. So yeah, we have some. We try to be smart about it and bind like a bunch of samplers or a bunch of shader resources like in one go and so on. Some things are kind of tricky to do that way, and so they are bound separately. Blah blah blah. I'll create and destroy to do nothing. Anyway. Yeah, I don't think you should necessarily be all that concerned about those bind groups and how many you have. I probably have many hundreds, if not thousands. And then it can be argued whether that is a good thing or not, but that's a separate discussion. Right. Oh, come on. Task manager is being slow here. Okay, I'm gonna go take a quick pee break, and when we come back, I'm gonna, like, honest to God, I'm gonna work on the radio, on the com radio stuff a little bit. Alrighty then. Back at it. Let's see. I missed something in the chat here. I followed Vulkan tutorial to learn Vulkan basics. It was fine, but this tutorial doesn't teach you how to build a full render around it. Yeah, it doesn't. Almost no tutorial can do that, because it's the same thing as with the whole idea of like, hey, tell me how to build a game engine, that people keep asking me as well, and I'm just like, I can't do that. It's not how it works. You can't really expect that of any tutorial. So many pieces, so many decisions to make. You can show someone how you built your renderer or game engine or whatever, but you can teach someone how to build that with a tutorial. It's just a graphic programming version of tutorial hell. No, I'm probably not the most reliable person to ask or follow or look at with these things. I mean, I can show you how my renderer works. I don't have a problem with that. But I cannot tell you this is how you should do it, because I'm really not a graphics programmer. But yeah, I don't have a problem with giving you some high-level overview of how that works, if people are interested in that stuff. Okay, let's see. Com radio component. Kind of remind myself here a little bit about how this thing is actually set up. So I remember these guys need something called a call sign to be sort of hooked into the radio system, and that's just because like you need something that's like a little more kind of persistent with the campaign. So if you're opening the menu, playing through the campaign, you see sort of like the same names in there, even though they might be represented by completely different game objects throughout different levels of the game or whatever. So here this mother vehicle, which is used in the campaign, is just called campaign mother. That's why you see campaign mother there in the radio menu when you actually open it. And it is actually represented by a character who's the mother AI. I think this guy is mostly represented by Diego, who is another character in the campaign, and the call sign is campaign scout. So these are just temporary things. They should probably be called something else, but you kind of you see the scout on the screen and you want to tell it to do something or go somewhere. You want to just you don't want the player to have to remember, oh, which character is actually sitting in that car. So you just want to go like, hey, scout car, drive there and there, and then Diego, who happens to be in that car right then, can answer you something. I was more referring to when you get someone new to programming but has only followed tutorials, so doesn't know how to do anything by themselves, and as a result is struggling more than expected. Yeah. Yes, I've been there myself, believe me. That's why I guess you see so many people on social media these days going like, how to escape tutorial hell. These are the 5 ways you can escape tutorial hell, blah blah blah, something like that. just shows how much people actually get stuck in those places, and I've been there myself, like I said. I guess one benefit that I've had is that, like, I'm old enough that I started this stuff when there just weren't that many tutorials available. We had like books and things, so I just learned things from those and went like, so how can I turn this into something? But I occasionally still get stuck in tutorial hell, kind of like I got stuck a little bit in tutorial hell on Reaper earlier in the fall, and at some point I just had to go like, okay, I probably know enough. It wasn't specifically Reaper, but there was a lot of Reaper there. But like things about audio design, which is like I can watch as many tutorials about this stuff as I want. I'm still gonna have to eventually just go like, I probably know enough. Anyway, call signs. I think the call sign stuff is the thing that actually that was the thing about the some of these vehicles not being callable over the radio. The thing is that they don't have a call sign. So if we want to just load into the level and have a mother vehicle, be ready to actually be callable, we either have to set a call sign here, or we need to create it with something called a property bundle, which can sort of at runtime set some of these values. Not sure which one I prefer, but we should probably have something that makes it easier for us to test this thing, so that we don't have to go through the campaign all the time. So maybe we'll just create a new layer here, yet another layer, and call this something like crane reset test. And again, we'll add another function here to actually load that for us. So crane reset test load, crane reset test. All right, and then in this, we'll have quite a few of these mother vehicles here. I'm not going to submit this, but yeah, we'll have quite a few of these mother vehicles here in the beginning of the level here. They won't be, of course, loaded by default, but they'll still be here in the editor, which can be a little annoying. And now let's not make the same mistake we did yesterday. Let's override the nav mesh immediately. We'll enable the radio. Character can be narrator. That's completely fine. Call sign is just mother, like so. And I will export that. Many people don't even try to think out the problem. They go for tutorials immediately. Yep. I mean, to some extent, that can be helpful, right? If you're doing something completely new, or not necessarily completely new, but something you're not super familiar with, you might not even really know how to, spec out the problem and the solution for yourself. You might have to be, at least a little bit inspired by some of those tutorials and go like, oh, okay, so this is the direction people usually take when they do these things. So tutorials are not bad. They're definitely not. It's just like they won't show you the whole picture, and they won't necessarily even teach you how to do something. They might just give you some ideas. So be sure to just drop them as soon as possible, I would say. My favorite one of them are the how to stop procrastinating videos. There's a wonderful irony there. Yeah, I usually just watch Shia LaBeouf scream, just do it, and then I watch that like a couple of times, and then I'm like, okay, I'll better just go do it. Right, let's see if this now works. Oh, I want to go directly into the level now. So if we now open the radio menu, we have no contacts within range. But if we run the crane reset test load, we still don't have any. Okay. Okay. What's that about? Let's see. If we load the test vehicles, now we suddenly have. And now the mother vehicle that we created is found there. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I know what that happens. The problem is that this spawned vehicle here actually isn't. It doesn't have, you know, the radio set up for us. Okay, that's stupid, but that's how it works. Okay, so what we can do is we can add here to this layer. We can add another scout. Just add a scout, like, you know, like put it here. Group like that. And when this layer has loaded, we can make that scout be the avatar. Test vehicles, that would be the crane reset test. Actually, yeah, we do sort of like the same thing here with these test vehicles. We just set a different vehicle now. So this would be crane reset test, scout 1, like so. And now we need to give this one, enable the radio. Call sign can be just scout. Character should probably be something else. Let's just make it Diego or something. Oh, how to open the door. Yeah, that's a legendary one. Yes. Yeah, I don't think I've worked at a company where someone hasn't shown that. I mean, it is not Monty Python, but it might as well be. I shit you not, that stuff is ridiculous. Yep. Yeah, just searching on YouTube for how to open a door. It's completely crazy. Complete with the like 70s clothes and everything. It's beautiful. It's a work of art. But yeah, that kind of is part of the collective conscious here. Someone made this video a number of years ago. Right. Now then. So now when we load that layer, we should have a mother vehicle and a scout. Crane test reset test load like this. And now we can radio them. Yay! And actually, what I want to do still typically when you like start working on some features, it's kind of nice to just like set up the test case for you as well as you can. And what we can do here is we can take that name, crane reset test load, and then we can just like what's it called? Run dev script. Like this. So now if we shut the game down and we run it again, I lost my VS Code. There we go. Now I can just open the console, hit up and enter, and now I get back to that thing. So if I make some changes, I'm immediately here again. So that's nice. Okay. So now we can tell the mother vehicle to come to us just as normal. Now we can start adding some funky new radio messages to it. On my way. Yep, that works. Okay. So, where's that move here text, for example? Move here is not actually found. I wonder if that is actually is it actually localized? That would be interesting. Right. No contacts in range. Some of this stuff here is clearly localized. Why is it? Why is it that? Go away. Move here. There we go. Yeah, I don't know why it kind of didn't sort of find it previously, or maybe I was just bad. It's possible. Move here. Anyway, that thing is something that we should probably yeah, get supported messages. Exactly. This is where it kind of reports. Okay, what kind of thing am I willing to, you know, to respond to? And so what we want to do is we will want to create a new type of message here. Follow me, stay put is something that I've sort of created there as an example of something we could have, but they're not actually reported as being sort of compatible with those. I'm gonna lower the music volume a little bit. Feels like it's kind of loud. All right, so what should we call it? Is it something like cargo crane set rest pose or something like that? Like it's kind of like specific in a way, but you don't necessarily. Yeah, we want to definitely call it something else there in the menu. You know, reset your cargo crane or whatever. And here we can just add it to the list of things that the vehicle can actually respond to, but we don't want the scout to be like, yeah, you can reset my cargo crane, because it doesn't have a cargo crane. So how do we do that then? How should we detect what is actually going on here? Radio component is something that's added to the vehicle there. I mean, we could just have like the character who is basically like the mother AI is always going to be probably the one who is responding there on the mother vehicle. But currently we actually set it to be the narrators. We don't necessarily want to tie it to that. Maybe instead we want to... I know how we do this. This is actually really good. There's an obvious way to do that. So we have the cargo crane component. This guy. We quite simply check if we have a cargo crane component, and if we do, then we know that okay, we can actually, we can actually support this message. So it wants to return a slice of radio message types. I'm thinking we will probably want to have some sort of list that we fill in here, and then we hand it the slice. So maybe we should do that too. And let's make it just... It's probably not gonna support like many tens of different messages. So let's limit it to something like, I don't know, 16 or something. But we'll call this supported message storage. Or it can just be supported message list. And it is an STD or stud bounded array of type... What was it? Message type... What was the type of it? Radio message type. And let's just make it 16. And I actually typically make like an alias for this. So that could be like a supported message list, which is all of that. Otherwise you're gonna have to repeat yourself when you're actually setting this up. Handle all possibilities. Okay. Get radio message text. Yeah, this is now the thing that I talked about. We need to actually can't that just be like dot? I think it can be. I think we can just remove all of that. Dot. And so what should it say there in the menu? I wonder. And that's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be that. Up. Reset cargo crane. Let's just call it that for now. I'm not exactly sure what we'll call it. it needs to be obvious enough to, of course it's in use here. It needs to be obvious enough to the player, but still sound kind of natural. So maybe something like reset cargo crane is sensible. Okay, so now we have, this is the com radio manager. Coolio. We have the com radio component. And this guy has like an init, doesn't it? Init with 0. Error overflow. Yeah, this is a stupid thing. You can just do that, and I think it should. Yeah, it sets the U size to 0. Yeah, you know what? We'll leave it like this. We'll leave it like this. That's fine. Of course, the only thing that we really need to do here is we can do self dot supported message list, append. Let's just go append assume capacity dot move here. That is supported currently by all of the guys. And then we had this other thing where it is const cargo crane component. This would be self context get game object get component cargo crane component. And if cargo crane component, you know, isn't null, then we also add a self-supported message list, append assume capacity, cargo crane rest pose, and all of that, and return self-supported message list. Is it just slice, or is it that? Is that what it should return? Evidently not. No, I think it's probably like, yeah, slice. Slice is what we want. No. Expected blah blah blah, but found a const blah blah blah. Ah, it's because of that, of course. Yeah. Yeah, it's a little stupid, like we're getting the supported messages. So maybe we could actually just do that. Let's do it like this. Like I was thinking just collecting these up front. The thing is that this, I think this list might change over time. It might have to do some funkiness there occasionally to you know, determine right there and then based on the gameplay state, hey, do I support this thing now? So all available contacts for host. Yeah, except I don't think it actually calls that very often. Oh well, we'll leave it as it is for now. That's not really like the interesting thing here. Probably gonna have to make some changes to that anyway. Yeah, well now we can just do this and we get the nice setup for ourselves here. So mother, cargo crane. Oh, we got it twice. Ah, that's probably because we are calling that twice and we're not clearing it. So let's start by clearing this guy. Clear. Which probably just, yeah, just sets the length to 0, so it's an easy thing. We can actually make, I keep, you know, setting the volume down, so I can just do that. Put a semicolon here and go audio dot master vol and do both of those things at once. All right. So move here. That would work. Reset cargo crane. I don't know what will happen. Yeah, nothing happens currently. So how do we actually hook that up to some functionality? I don't honestly remember anymore. We'll see. On com radio message sent. It's probably there, right? So this is just setting up. That's just boilerplate stuff. Get the contact character. Get supported messages. Yeah, I'm thinking this is probably where we just hit that else thing there. Self on message sent, move here. And we have the sender there. Okay. Okay, that looks easy enough. Cargo crane set rest pose. So what if we just make another function here? What was the standard then? What was the convention? On the message sent underscore. Cargo crane rest pose. Or was it set rest pose? Like that. And and then we can we can play radio barks. So what happens when we actually order something to come somewhere is like, okay, we figure out that or make sure that we have an AI brain component, and then we make sure that the whatever object that wants, you know, this guy to come to it has a transform, so we know actually where to come. And then we find a closest point on the nav mesh. So if you are, you know, if you're the scout and you drive into some like very, very narrow place, and then you ask the mother vehicle to come there, at this point it checks, hey, is it like even theoretically possible for me to move to that other guy? And so if it's not possible, then it plays a radio bark here. Bark type, radio com message refuse movement. Right. So I had a system like this where it's like a, don't exactly remember why I have a type here, but we can probably use some of these. Generic affirmative and generic I can't do that bark. And there's a greeting one. And then if you're doing some movement stuff, then you might want that to be a bit different. And yeah, I think the reason we have this thing here is that you can have like a few different ones. So like just a generic I can't do that could be like, you know, I can't do that, there's no way, or something like that. And then a movement one could be like, you know, I can't find a way there, or something. So that looks pretty good. And so in this case, what we could do is just play like an affirmative bark. So bark type, just a generic acceptance, right? For now, that's the only thing we do for now. So dot ZLS doesn't want to show that to me. Where was the supported list stuff though? It's right there. So there we have the thing that we want. So try self dot on message sent cargo crane set wrist pose. Yeah. Well, we don't need to pass the sender to it because we don't really need the sender for setting the rest pose. And let's try that. See what happens. Alright, and then mother reset cargo crane. No can do. Did we? Sure thing. Oh, no can do. Do I have either? I have like a wrong bark text there, or some other. No can do is what I want to search for. Let's see. Yeah. So I had made a boo-boo. So you can see that if someone accepts something sort of in general, they can say either sure thing or yeah, okay. And if they refuse something in general, they can say no, I can do that, or no can do. That's the idea here. So reset cargo crane. Sure thing. Sure thing. Sure thing. Why do I never get anything but sure thing? I kind of feel like I should occasionally get yeah, okay. But I don't. Is my selection somehow broken here? It's meant to be used for placeholder barks, but we're not going to properly localize text. Final game shouldn't use this function at all. Okay. If I say so. It's kind of strange though that I don't get yeah okay ever. What is that about? Yeah, okay. Alright, so I just got like the same randomly selected 50% thing. We've gotten it like 15 times now, and then the other one once. Okay. Sure thing. Yeah, okay. It does work. It's just randomness for you. That is randomness for you. Okay. That's cool. In some cases, like for example, if it is, you know, already doing that, if it is already doing the resetting of the crane, it should go like, no, I'm already doing that. I can't do that again, or something. You know, in progress should be one of those things that we we need to handle. Writing a note here for myself, and I need to handle that. So handle in progress on the com radio level, so that we don't continually do that, even though it might not really be a problem. Okay, AI brain component. So I guess, you know, we could actually do this. We could get the cargo crane component there earlier and just store it in a field here, like that. Where's this gotten? It's gotten over there. Self cargo crane component would then be just GameObject.get component with that type. And here we can get rid of that. And instead we do self.cargo crane component. And here, like, the very first thing we want to do is the same as with the move here. We need to have a cargo crane component. Cannot reset cargo crane. I have no cargo crane. Duh. Something that's not like an end user message. It's a developer message. No field of cargo crane. Oh, it's called component, I bet. And then that is of course what we want to have here. Right, so just to test this thing, if we comment out this stuff here, so now both the scout and the mother vehicle, they should report that yeah I can respond to that message. It's no biggie. But if you actually, you know, if you drive to, well, first of all, if we reset cargo crane, it says yeah, okay. But if we go to the mother vehicle and then we radio the scout and tell it to reset its cargo crane, it should say I cannot reset cargo crane. I have no cargo crane. Just to test the logic here. Yeah, so that should work. I expect to add lots of these things, by the way. That's why I'm sort of testing this framework a little bit here while I'm at it. Alrighty then. Now, the actual logic for resetting the cargo crane is, like I said, it's something that I probably need to research a little bit. Because I don't exactly know. There might be, it might just be like a case of, okay, select what we actually want to do, right? But it might also be that you know, there's some useful algorithms out there that, like, people who actually like build real world robot arms and things like that have come up with. Because it's not just resetting the arm, it's also making so that the arm can't do some completely crazy poses. If we have this cargo crane here, there are some things that you shouldn't do. For example, you should not bring it back like this, because physics will actually break. Boom. So we get negative length in quaternion. If we ignore that, we get like an actual physics, honest to God, crash here. And yeah, we panic in the end. So there are some things that you just don't want happening. There are certain movements that you don't want to allow, such as, you know, moving it down like this, like so. And now if we move it down, and again I probably need to make this a little faster. It's terribly slow now. Like this. Now if we bring bring it closer, it should detect that, hey, I'm about to intersect myself. No, and you can do this, of course. The magnet and the cable will get kind of cranky with you after a while. But this should not be a legal, move to make using this crane. And so I need to somehow figure out how to detect all of this. Yeah, now we're in in deep water. The crane is doing some kind of wonky movements. My very basic inverse kinematic system here is going haywire, and then probably producing some like infs or nans or something, feeding them to the physics, and then physics barfs. Okay, well, Jin asks, why does it panic like that if the physics object gets in an invalid position instead of trying to fix it by way of janky spazzing? While I like the word janky spazzing, the problem is probably that if we look at, well, we can look at the negative quaternion in a bit, but if we look at what this actually says, it says set drive position pose invalid, and if we break, this is not a debug build, so the code here might be funky, but if we go actually into the physics code, I bet this transform has, yeah, you can see it's full of not the numbers in the rotation. So there's no amount of what was it, janky spazzing that you can do to fix that. And as for the reason why there are nans, it is probably that previous assert that we got, right? Let's just bring it back and see what happens. So this is my code that says assertion failed. We can break into it here and see what actually happens. Orientation. Yeah, orientation has nans in it. And why does orientation have nans in it? It's probably due to something funky going on here. Debugging is a little crappy. Right, identity, set rotation. I don't quite like. I don't trust either. I don't trust this, or I don't trust this joint angle 0 here. No, it's not. It's not actually 0, as you can see. Joint angle 0 is not 0. It's nan, and it's probably nan because, like, some of these have become nan through something. Clamp, yes, clamping is absolutely what I need to do. I need to do a smart clamp though, right? I need to do a clamp which knows more about the 3D space that we are clamping. Like for example, let's bring the camera closer. If we move this, up and down like this, I can just sort of force this through the vehicle like this, and things will just go funky. And in a bit, if I keep doing that, the magnet will just, like, there will be some crazy forces there. So this is a pretty simple case in a way. I could clamp, the position here on top of the vehicle to not go, below that. However, I should of course be able to move this this crane below that vertical component if it is outside of the vehicle. Right? Should be able to basically reach this car here. Let's move the camera a bit closer. I mean, this is perfectly fine. Let's put it down there and lift it up. This is perfectly fine. So I need to clamp it That is basically what I mean when I say I want to prevent those illegal poses from happening. But I need to clamp it in a sensible way. I can't just call clamp on a bunch of coordinates, because then that might mean that you can't actually return the pose in some cases, right? You need to be sort of intelligent about how you move it back up to a certain place. Otherwise, the rest pose calculation that we talked about earlier isn't actually going to be possible always. And you also don't want to be in a position where, like, you try to move the crane, but it's not obvious why it's not moving. Ideally, you want it to sort of, you know, slide along these shapes and edges here. But we'll see. Wouldn't it be simple to just add some simple collision box to the crane? Oh, it has collisions, absolutely. Yeah. It has collisions, as you can see. Yeah, these things keep flickering. You can place things on top of this guy. That's not the problem. The problem is that we have a very, very strong opinionated joint driving this thing, right? That is how you can have a mother vehicle lift a whole other mother vehicle using this crane, and still have, you know, the energy, the power to do that. You know, if you have two rigid bodies connected with a joint and a motor, and then you rotate it so that the joint sort of would cause them to penetrate each other, they won't stop. That's not really how things like physics work. You have to manually detect that yourself. In fact, I think maybe physics might even have some rules about, like, things that are bound with a joint, like ignore each other's collisions or something. I don't exactly remember how it works. But yeah, everything here has collisions, absolutely. So if you place, you know, something on top of this, that doesn't have any physics at all. But yeah, you get the point. It doesn't handle that sort of thing for you, and somehow sort of stop that joint. Physics does support breakable joints, and you can calculate the force needed to solve the joint, or the constraint set by the joint. But in this case, we don't really do that. I want this crane to be kind of rigid in the sense that, like, it just moves along with the mother vehicle. You could have it use some sort of breakable joint that would be kept together by forces, but then it would sort of probably not stay exactly sort of pixel perfectly on the mother vehicle as it currently does. So yeah, I think I need to calculate this myself, and I think I need to sort of figure out how that crane is supposed to be allowed to move. Maybe it won't be quite perfect for the demo, and maybe that won't matter, and maybe it will even lead to some fun, hilarious moments online. I'm quite okay with that. But yeah, I think I need to do a little bit of research. Not a lot of work was actually done on this crane today. We had a lot of good discussions, I feel, and I got a little bit of work done with the radio, and of course I got a little bit of work done previously with with that AI stuff and the free camera stuff that we did in the beginning of the stream. But I think I am pretty much going to wrap this up, or at least kind of soon. This stream wasn't really supposed to happen anyway, so this was sort of a bonus thing. Yeah, I wonder if there's some way to sort of like elegantly sort of define the shape. I guess you can sort of mathematically describe sort of a volume that this tip here, because that is essentially what you are controlling. The gameplay code kind of moves the tip around, and then we use a basic form of inverse kinematics to pose this crane to kind of match that thing. Does my game have a roadmap? Yeah, kind of. It's not a public roadmap. I have some things that I want to add here, and I think I've spoken about it quite a few times on stream. But yeah, maybe I should have some sort of list of things that I want to include. But we'll see. We'll see. I've been actually talking with a former colleague of mine who is and has been working as a narrative designer for quite some time. And kind of just thinking about the narrative side of this game a little bit. So there's even potentially some other people coming in to help me with some things. And of course that kind of changes it a little bit when I'm not the only one doing stuff here. But we'll see. That hasn't really happened. Well, I've used a few of his ideas already in slide actually. Okay folks, I think that's pretty much it for this time around. I need to do a little bit of research on the robotic arm thing. Hopefully I find some nice and fancy solution that I can use for this resetting and limiting of the crane. And then once that is done, I think I should probably texture and properly like finish up the modeling and texturing for the crane and magnet and all of that. Because of course it's still untextured yellow. You can see it kind of doesn't really fit the rest of the art style. Anyway, anyone have any last questions? If not, I think I will thank you for your time today. Hopefully I will see you next time. If you are interested in playing the game, then make sure to subscribe to the channel. If you are even more interested in playing the game and want to do it as soon as possible and also be kept in the loop about how the development is going, then be sure to join the Discord. There should be a hopefully valid join link in the description of this stream. Let's see if there is. Let's see if I put in the correct one. Yeah, it does look like there is. So, you're welcome to join there. where discussion about the game and the most rapid updates happen. So that's fun. Either way, have a great day, and evening, and night, and morning, especially morning to Aku. And see you next time. Have a good one. Bye.